Alright. Oh gosh. I gotta check and see if everything's even working right. Hello, welcome. Give me just a second. This is a terrible time. I'm still eating. I pushed things back half an hour just to see how I like this. So, I started half an hour late, but I'm gonna go half an hour past what I normally do. Just to see how I like this. If I like it, I'll keep it. If I don't, I won't. Alright. I think everything's good. I think I can start. Important context. This does not mean a thing for anyone watching this at all. This is a me thing. I moved my setup around a bit. That was a fun day. I did this on Monday, so 2 days ago, because I had the day off and nothing else planned for it. So I took everything apart, cleaned all my stuff, cleaned some areas that honestly I don't even know when the last time. Oh, I did. Don't invite others. I'm stupid. Already off to a great start. So yeah, did some cleaning, and I actually rearranged my setup. So before my desk, I'm still in a corner before I say that. It's up against the corner in my room, but the way it was like it was right up against the wall, so the back of the desk was against the wall. And so I rotated it now to where the back of the desk is like facing the wall that was originally to my left. It's not against it, it's still up against the same wall, just rotated a different way. And I like this because it makes cable management easier, because like my capture cards are out in the open. Those are easy to switch. I can see most of my TV. I'll have to keep working at that, see if I can get to where I can see more of it in some way. But I mean, I can see enough of it to where if I ever wanted to do something on that as well, I could. What else is cool? Oh yeah. Also, the way it's rotated, it like creates this little like specific blocked off area of my room. So like, you have to walk around the desk and walk through this little walkway I left myself to get into this little corner. And I like it. It's very cozy. It's my cozy corner. I'd like to decorate it a bit now, just to make it feel a little more cozy. So maybe I'll work towards that. I don't know. I reckon that'll be fun though. But of course, the most important thing about tonight is hunting Koko. I want to get this done and over with, because this is the last Dynamax adventure hunt I'm doing. Asterisk. I'm still doing more, but those are on my own time. I'm hoping I at least hit 50 today. It's one away. Technically two, but the way I count them, it's one away. Surely I can hit 50. Oh, let's see. Is the rivalry over? Did I settle it? Yay, I settled the debate. But also, I don't know why you sent that. I don't need this. Cool. Literally, the only thing I care about right now is getting this shiny. Also, I love my schedule so much, but I don't know how much I love it. I might have to go nocturnal. Because, like, man, the transition between going to bed and then having to get up early in the morning, that's rough on me. And I'm more productive at night, so I kind of just want to only sleep during the day. Except my classes are like the last thing I do before sleeping. And I take care of everything else at night when I wake back up. I tried that a bit today. Didn't fall asleep right after I got home. I ate and did a bit of work. Then I got tired and just went to bed. I feel very good right now. Very good, actually. That'd be nice too, because then I'll be like alive and awake. It is. And like half the reason I want to do this is because like I was already kind of living on that lifestyle. And of course I was like, oh, I can't wait to start classes back up so I'm not bored sitting around the house. Yeah, I forgot all my classes are very early. So the times I would normally be sleeping during break, that's just when my classes are now. So by the time I get home, that's when I was normally waking up. So it does not solve my boredom, it just gets me less sleep. Most of my friends are night owls. So, I mean, I'm fine with that. I also don't really, I don't know, it's weird. Like, I have one or two friends that, like, I spam every single thought that comes through my mind if I'm not careful. And, like, they'll respond throughout the night, although I think they very much, no, one of them, I guess he just has late classes because he's always up until, like, 2 in the morning. At least. I think one night I, like, kept him up until 6. Yeah, I don't mind, because I'm going to be doing stuff at night anyways. So, I mean, I'm not too bothered if I don't get to interrupt myself. I hope everything sounds good, by the way. I like all the audio is set up right. Again, I literally had to like unhook my entire setup. And I know like OBS is very weird half the time with like audio sources and video sources. So I had to make a whole diagram of like the USB ports on my computer and exactly what was plugged into each port, just so that when I eventually turned it back on, it had everything in the spot it expected to see them. I think I got it working right though, because the capture cards worked like the second I turned it on, so that's always good. I have another hidden bonus that I didn't even think about at first, but the monitor I play my games on, I always hated how it was up against a wall, but the way like all the input ports on it go, like every single one of them goes out downwards and not to the back like my other monitor. So it was very hard to try to plug anything into them. So switching was a nightmare. But now that I have the back fully exposed, I literally just go at it from behind. Oh. Yeah, okay. That's how we're gonna word that. Because I genuinely don't got anything else. Yeah, I also don't know how the mic is affected. because I am technically going at this a different way. Because before it went straight up against the wall. Now it's like going, like my voice goes out to the opposite wall. So I don't know if there's more echo. I don't even know if it gets picked up if there is. I'm not noticing anything, at least on my side, so I'm gonna assume I know what I'm doing. And if not, I don't know where I'm going with that. I don't know how I feel about this path. It's kind of taking a minute. I mean, everyone has pretty good things as long as we don't get like a terrible thing after Torkoal. And I just watched one of the NPCs die. How many deaths is that? Remember back in your day when we had the oh my gosh, yes. Hey, they're coming back. They are coming back. Give them like a month or two. But they're coming back. It genuinely feels like forever ago. Like, in my mind, that's already over a year gone. It's not. It's like half a year ago. But it feels like it's been a year. But they're coming back. Kinda. Not Violet. I'm not doing Violet again. I'm doing Shield next. Which is kind of part of why I'm trying to get all these shinies real quick. Because I'm going to be resetting these saves. I could just make new saves, but I want to replay these anyway. Just have them full odds. So that's just an excuse to do a badge quest in my opinion. So that's what I'm going to do. No idea when that will be though, because I have to get Koko first. And then I have 3 more hunts I need to do. I have Solgaleo, Necrozma, and Zygarde I want to do. But I'm not doing those here because the Dynamax adventures are going to drive me insane. I'm just going to do those on my own time. But I'm looking forward to doing the Shield one. Please give it to Kit. No! That was like the one NPC that actually had something good. Okay, you have the ground typing, which automatically is good. I don't have like hunts planned if I do a shield badge quest. I want to do some interesting hunts or just go to places that like you wouldn't consider going to or whatever. You know, like Isle of Armor, I'm definitely doing a hunt there at some point. Just because it's physically possible to go there before beating the story. I feel like that's a great excuse to hunt something there. I don't know how much of that story I'd play through, but I'd be willing to do that. Does the wheezing have levitate? Wait, no, it has neutralizing gas, which is kind of good and bad. It's bad in this specific situation. Unless this thing doesn't even have a ground move. Well, it has a ground move, but it was also already kind of dead, so. I'm fine with that. That just gives me free HP. Yeah, I'd like to hunt, like, what was it? Scyther. I want to hunt Scyther if I can. Or at least try to get one. I mean, I'll probably be open to encountering other things in that area. But I'd like to get Scyther, because the idea of, like, a shiny Scizor during my playthrough would be so cool. But aside from that, I don't really have, like, interesting hunts. I guess maybe just going to places in the wild area that you can go to earlier. but are like more out of the way. Because I'm pretty sure there's some areas that are still like unlocked, but they're not in like your direct path the first time you go through it. So I'd love to do some hunts there, or I guess a hunt there. I don't know why I would do the same area twice. I don't know, I feel like I don't really want to do targets too much, more so pick a cool area that has some cool things and just see what happens. I feel like that's the true spirit of the badge quest. Or at least not having a target pre-planned. Like, I don't want to sit here and decide my entire playthrough right now. This is what I'm hunting. This is where I'm going to hunt it. You know. I feel like it would be fun if I leave that up to chance a bit. Okay, whatever. But I'm sure throughout the playthrough I'll come across some areas I'm like, ooh, this is cool. I want to get this Pokemon here. I think I'm going to take it a step farther and probably do a 9th hunt just before the Elite Four question mark. They don't really have that in Sword and Shield, but the Sword and Shield equivalent, that weird tournament, I would like to do a 9th hunt before that, just to kind of be like, this is it, this is finishing us off. Because like, I'm already going to have too many Pokemon to have them all on my team. So, might as well just get more shinies for fun. I'm also kind of like half tempted to do a hunt like the second I get Pokeballs. But it's not like a shiny only playthrough where I would have to do that to compensate for shiny locked starters. Like, I just have to get a shiny before every badge. I could literally, like, for Gym 3, oh, Gym 3 is going to be fun. I'm going to get to go straight to Gym 3, because I'm hunting Gym 3 shiny in Gym 3. Because you can shiny hunt those Pokemon that you have to fight. So I'm definitely going to do some shiny hunts there. Or, again, I guess just rather one shiny hunt. You can't go back. But that sounds so fun. I want to do that. Because, like, Vulpix. Oh, I love shiny Vulpix. And then Litwick. I remember my first playthrough, I actually caught a Litwick there. I never used it because I thought it was garbage and didn't know it just evolved very late. So I was like, this thing sucks. It's not evolving. It must just be this one Pokemon. If so, why would I use this? It clearly is bad. To be fair, I think it's also just naturally underleveled. So, do with that information what you will. Why would you not just attack? Thank you. Hey, I hit 50. Okay. That was literally the one goal for tonight. I mean, I guess if I had a second goal, it would be just straight up getting it. I mean, let's see. If I do 5 hours, I mean, that's 5 hours, no, 4 hours, 40 minutes left. I can see I might be able to hit 80. That's a huge stretch because usually I've only done 20. But if I play well and get good paths, I might. Although I think 70 is probably more likely. Somewhere in the 70s. Anyways. Cradilly, no. Torkoal, no. Palpitoad, no. Tapu Koko, no. Not surprised in the slightest. Okay, who is messaging me? If it's a group chat, I'm banning every single one of them from live. Okay. Okay, so my friend just made a meme that I was looking forward to seeing. So I was like, I need a meme now because there's one building that we all like. Everyone agrees sucks. It was built poorly, and no one likes having to be in there. And I thought I was done with it after last semester, but then I go to look for my next classes, and I see it's in that building again, and I'm like, no. So I was like, I need a meme where it's like it starts with me like me thinking I'm safe from the building, and then literally the next one is new semester beating me up because I'm back in that building. uh I love this. This is the best thing I've ever seen. Not good. No good. This is all no good. Oh my gosh. Wait, did this get sent in a group chat now? Hi. How's it going? Drizzle. Why do we need drizzle? Mm, hail would have been better for me, but sure. We can work with this. Think you're gonna get going? Alright. Take care. And I will definitely try my best to get this. I don't know if it'll happen tonight, but there's a chance. crit. Wow. Okay, this is interesting because it is a ground type. But, like, I don't know how good that makes it because it's still dragon, so it's weak to the fairy. And I also think its only ground move is Mudshot, which is still good because, I mean, lowering accuracy is still better than nothing. I'll see. What do the NPCs think? That works because, I mean, I don't want it myself, I don't think. But I trust that the NPC will be smart enough to spam that anyways because it's super effective, which doesn't mean much. It's not going to do that much damage, but I mean, it's got the super effective side of things covered. And then it also lowers accuracy, so I feel like the NPCs will see that and be like, okay, we want to do that. And that is exactly what's going to carry me through this. Outrage. Bacon soap is greatest soap? Oh. Okay. I'm sure there's a use case for that. You know, I want to be productive, and Dynamax Adventures are slow. I'm putting that on mute. Oh my gosh. I'm just gonna play some Pokemon Black because Dynamax Adventures are slow enough. Okay. Yeah, I think this will work out nicely for me. I can do Dynamax Adventures and play through the game. And then once I beat it, I can start doing shiny hunts with it. Hypothetically. Could you put Pokemon Black on here? Play through. No Nuzlocke. Well, I have like the actual game, and I do not have a capture card because those are expensive. So I mean, if I figure out how to set it up with like emulation and stuff, I'd be interested. But especially because like these are my favorite games in the series. But like, I don't know how soon that would be if I did that, because I'm playing through both games right now, both Black and White. Not Black 2, White 2. I'm just Black and White. When I said both games, I realized that might imply I'm playing the main and the sequel. I mean both Black and White. I'm playing both of them. Just kind of interchanging what version I'm on. Because I want to get these set up to do shiny hunts and stuff. I started off playing them like side by side on two different DSs, I guess is the plural of that. And they were doing pretty much the same thing. I picked different starters on them just to keep them a bit different. But they're mostly doing the same stuff. Like, they're going to be getting pretty similar teams. But I lost that synchronized gameplay a bit because I actually took the smaller DS instead of my main DS. I took my second one the other day, and I was just playing on that. So Pokemon Black is actually farther through the game right now. You were adopted. Did your ancestry found you were adopted in jail? Oh. Interesting. Oh, I hit up on my keyboard accidentally. Go down. Should you, I mean, it depends, I think. Like, what is, like, do you know why he's in jail? Because, like, if it's not, like, anything crazy, then I don't think, that should be what stops you. But if it's, like, he is, like, literally insane, going on, like, I don't even know what kind of sprees you'd want to insert here. Like, if it's all that, then maybe not. I think it just depends on the context as to why he ended up there. Oh no. Hopefully I got my moves in time. I forgot there was a timer on this. He predator to women here. Oh. Really? Okay, in that case, that's iffy. But I can't. I would say no, but I can't control your life. So, if you still want it, that's in your hands. If yeah, I'm not gonna be the one to tell you no, you shouldn't do something. My suggestion would be probably not, but you know, I can't tell you exactly that no, you can't do that. You wanna, but not. Yeah, it's definitely unfortunate. Yeah, there we go. Have I played Pokemon Green? No, not directly, because I know Green is what went with Red in Japan. That's why the remakes were Fire Red, Leaf Green. Um, Obviously, I don't know Japanese. I can't play the original Green. And if there's a translation of it, and you want to count that outside of just saying Pokemon Blue, since that's technically what it was, you know, if there's a fan translation or whatever, then no, I have not played that either. I might. I don't know. Um, the closest to touching Green I've ever gotten is playing Leaf Green. So, I haven't really touched like original Gen 1. I'd like to go back and actually play the first two generations at some point, because right now I've played everything Gen 3 up. Not, okay, when I say everything, of course, I mean at least one game from every main entry and what was I gonna say? Remake, yeah. The only exceptions are Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Never was into Johto. Could never finish it. And same thing for what original Gold, Silver, Crystal. Again, never was really into Johto. At some point, though, I do actually want to play through a Johto game. I just don't know how I want to play that. I know Crystal is apparently like the best way to play if you're going to play the originals. So I might play that. But I'm also tempted to try Heart Gold, Soul Silver. I think for simplicity's sake, I like Crystal would probably be the easiest one for me to like play if I wanted to do like a playthrough. I don't know. I'm more into shiny hunting than like doing whole playthrough. Like if I did a playthrough, it would be like how I did X, where it was like a whole thing dedicated to just capturing my experience with it. Which, since this would technically be my first experience fully playing a Johto game, I guess I could see where that might be doable. I don't know, it just depends, because Heart Gold, Soul Silver, can put that on my 3DS systems easily. In fact, I actually have it. I just don't ever play it, because I have other games I want to play first. But then there's also the original Crystal, which again, I say the original Crystal, like Crystal itself had a remake. I have that on the Virtual Console. I remember I actually bought that because I had a phase where I really wanted to get into the older Pokemon titles. I played like the first 4 gyms, I think. I feel like I'd have a better time playing through the remakes. Just because they're more modern. But I would definitely not be opposed to playing the original as well. Old one, so like the Crystal instead of the remakes. Because I'd be down to do that. I'd like to try Crystal again. That's actually the easiest one of the two to get set up. It's a lot easier for me to capture Game Boy games than it is DS games, funnily enough. That's because, like, Game Boy games, I can easily play those on the Wii U. I have it set up to do all that. Although I need to get another SD card, because I am on a shortage right now. I have more systems than I have SD cards. I backed up the files for that since I have a modded Wii U. I just need to get around to getting another SD card so I can put all the files back on it. But, you know, that's not the only way I can play a Game Boy game. I mean, it's Game Boy. There are plenty of ways I can play that. Okay, well, I was thinking. So I do have an extra SD card technically. It's in the Switch OLED, which is the game on the right. And I say it's extra because while it has game data on it, it does not need that. Half of it is just stuff that was downloaded before I got the Switch 2. So I don't need half of that download on it. And also the system space itself is free enough to just load Pokemon Sword onto that. I was gonna do that, but then it said something about like save data may not transfer or whatever. I'm like, okay, when I'm actively in the middle of doing hunts in this game, I would rather not do that. Because like once I'm already playing to reset the game, sure, I'll do that. Because then it won't matter if it loses the data or not. But while I'm still actively playing, I don't know if I want to do all that. I'm sure at some point I can find time for it for sure. Because, I mean, Pokemon games aren't insanely long. Like, I've played games that are longer than most Pokemon games, so. And I've done those in like a week or two, so I think, especially for a Pokemon game, I could probably knock that out. Because, I mean, if I do 5 hours every time I play it, I mean, that is still making good time. So yeah, I'll probably, when I decide how I'm gonna do it and everything, I'll make sure it's known I'm doing that. It's not just gonna be a random like, oh, I'm playing this now. I got a, oh, okay. I got a PSP. It finally came. I'm in love with this thing. I love it so much. I was thinking about getting emulators put on this to play like Game Boy games and stuff. I'm like, that's kind of stupid, because that's literally what my 3DS systems are for. It's literally the reason why. Yeah, so I have the 3DS systems to play like Pokemon and other Nintendo handheld games, and then the PSP plays the PlayStation games. But I love this thing. It's so comfortable. Probably one of my favorite things I own now. I know this is risky, but I'll take Butterfree. More people call you bad because you have autism and ADHD and you're still well, I can assure you that I will never call you bad, because if I did that, that's also a direct insult to myself. I am in the exact same boat. You know, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I might be able to do Crystal. Maybe not like immediately, but I might be able to do in the next week or so. Because after Tapu Koko, I don't have any like actual hunts planned. Because my next big plan after this is to do a badge quest. But there's some hunts in Sword and Shield that I still need to take care of. I just don't want to do them during this time slot because it's more Dynamax adventures. I'm already tired of doing these. So honestly, after I get Tapu Koko, and if it's today, that won't happen because I'm going to just switch over to ZA for a bit. But after Tapu Koko, I might start planning out playing Crystal because I've been meaning to play Gen 2. That was actually on my list of things to play this year, or at the soonest convenience at least. I also say you'll never have a job because you're mentally disabled. Well, that's not very nice. And there's plenty of jobs out there that plenty of people are a perfect fit for. So there's most certainly at least one job out there that you'd be able to do. Shock. I guess Will-O-Wisp, why not? Or Tailwind. Tailwind might be good. No, Will-O-Wisp first. How do you make streams put 2 screens on? Is it difficult? It's not too difficult if you do it the way I do it. Now, I'm not saying the way I do it is the best. There's probably better ways. But the way I do it works for me. So, capture cards is how you get the footage in the first place. Basically, it just takes the video from the game and turns it into a source you can plug into your computer through USB, and it basically is like a camera, except instead of being a camera, it's capturing the output from the games. And to get 2, I'm just using 2 separate capture cards. There are ways you can get more than one game on the same one if you have like a multi-viewer, but those are expensive. Like the cheapest one I've seen that's actually worth getting at least is like in the $100 range. I don't know if there's good quality ones for cheaper, but that's what I've seen. But that is also good for having 4 games at a time. So, you know, if you're in a case where you want to play 4 games, then it is probably cheaper to just do 1 capture card in a multi-viewer, depending on what you use. I'm just using cheap capture cards though. Cheap enough to get the job done. Well, I guess good enough to get the job done. Cheap enough to where, you know, I'm not hurt by anything I've lost. Yeah, just as long as you have enough USB ports on a laptop or computer, you can theoretically use as many capture cards as you want. And again, I just have the 2. The only issue that might make it hard is just how they're labeled, because like the naming they use for it and everything, it's weird. Because like they show up as very similar names and you kind of just have to know, but they're different enough to where you can very easily be like, okay, well, if I already use this one, then it's the other one. You don't have laptop, computer, only iPad, iPhone. I don't know if that would be possible for you then. I do know that like iPads, I've seen people use them with like stuff that makes them very much like a laptop. I remember someone in one of my classes like had a keyboard attachment or whatever, or maybe it was just a stand with a keyboard on it and the keyboard paired through Bluetooth. I don't know. I just remember seeing that. Now I don't know how good that is in comparison to just having an actual computer, or if that would even work for this stuff. I'm no expert. But yeah, I have computer for doing this, and then I have my laptop, which is for school, but it is good enough to where if I needed to ever, I could use that instead. And I'm looking forward to trying that at some point. Like if I'm ever going away for a bit, using the laptop and just taking a capture card, that'd be fun. With YouTube shut down and Twitch, well, I don't do Twitch as of right now. That now, might that change in the future? Maybe, but as of right now, I don't even do anything over there because I think YouTube is just more friendly for growth and stuff. Like Twitch, you kind of have to know someone at least to get you started. Or if you have an existing audience, then make them migrate. You know, you kind of have to already have grounds to get head start over there. Yeah, where will I go? I'll just go on my own. I mean, I just do this for fun. Purely out of the passion of playing Pokemon. So, like, I'm just sharing that passion I have. I mean, if I'm not able to do that someday, then whatever. You know, I'm not employed by Pokemon yet. Please, please, please. No, I think I've already said too much to disqualify me from getting a chance to do anything like that. But I mean, you know, it's not like I need to do this or I will die. So, I mean, if we're talking the hypothetical of like, if we're just seeing like where I would move, I don't know what alternate platforms there are, but I'm sure it will be very clear. Like, there will be posts somewhere that's like, yeah, this is the best place to migrate to. We're just gonna go do this stuff. And like I've seen people that were moving when YouTube started doing all their like AI age verification and all that, or whatever it was that caused that. I don't know. People started getting upset, and people started moving to other platforms and stuff. I did not follow because I did not care. It honestly did not affect me. And like, if it gets me, it gets me. I don't care. So, you know. Also, I mean, just think about it though, because like, one place is already very recognized and has multiple users. Meanwhile, going to another place, you know, I have no idea how used those other places are. I don't want to, like, force myself to start over for nothing. I'm doing these offline just because one of my games doesn't have online, and I like doing these by myself. At some point, I will probably be doing some that will, not today, but like at some point I will probably have one going on just one game that I will be able to do online. But just for right now, for this hunt, I'm doing all these offline. That took forever. Is our team that bad? There's no ice move, so yes, our team is that bad. I'll take it, I guess. Because clearly NPC does not like using Mud Slap like I originally thought they would. Okay, Bolt Ton, because if NPC switches, that's just a resistance. That can only help. Don't think that can hurt. I don't even know what Bolt Ton does, so... Sigilith? I love Sigilith. Yes. Let me see Sigilith. Oh, wait, I could have caught one. Stupid. I forgot how this guy works. He literally always changes his team to be Pokemon that you can find in the surrounding area. Yo, welcome. The rest of my okay, he instantly knocked out my only good Pokemon, like before I even got a chance to attack. Yep, and he knocked out my starter. I'm cooked this fight. I need to train my team. Darn. I'm bad at this. I feel like I was about to start saying something. Oh, yeah. So, got a PSP yesterday, and the box that came in is kind of funny. So, it's a Walmart box. That already looks like it's seen some things. There's a bunch of writing on something crossed out, and then, like, something that looks like a child's handwriting, just putting something silly. So, honestly, my best guess for this box is it was either... Honestly, my guess would be that it was used for, like, moving, and whoever I bought it from moved recently or something. And so whatever is crossed out on it was probably just the label they put there so they knew what was in the box. The child handwriting, probably just the dude's child. Yeah, that was kind of funny, I think. I said I wasn't gonna take that. No one took it. Wow. And then poison type because it's also ground. That's actually like one of the two best Pokemon you can get in this, I think. Well, for this specific hunt. I don't mean in general. There are definitely better Pokemon you can get. Okay, I was playing Sun and Moon, and I really gotta know what the point of cars are in that game. Because, like, you only see cars on, like, one area of the island, and it's so small. Big damage. I hope I'm not wasting ground moves. I should be fine, though. Rah, indeed. My instinct there was to do like the meme of the like Skyrim skeleton. It's like beating on a shield. I think we all know which one I'm talking about. That's my instinct every time I see Ra. Well, that's unfortunate. I was gonna have a backup in case no one took this. Someone took it though, so we're fine. You feel the power of Ra? I'm not gonna try to do like the actual sound. I don't think my voice is capable of that. Caught a Sandile. Fun. I don't know if this was necessarily what I wanted to use on my playthrough team, but it gives me a ground type, which I really need right now. I'll name it Ra because that's what we were just talking about. None of these names have any meaning to them in this playthrough, by the way. I'm playing Pokemon Black on the side, just trying to play through it. I figured Dynamax adventures are slow enough in pacing to where I could get away with working on another playthrough. Okay, so the team. We have Tachonk, which is currently my pig knight. It's like Tepig mixed with Lechonk. I have Alan, which is... I need to see what this thing's name is. I keep forgetting. Pansage. I have Pop Q, which is a Blitzel. I have Buggy Guy, which is a Venipede. And I have Roth, Sandile. This is such a coherent team. They all synergize so well together. I think the only thing this team really needs is like a water type or something. But I genuinely got pretty good coverage. Maractus. I gotta grind my team up to prepare for the 4th gym. Fortunately, I have a ground type now, so I really just need to get Sandile up there in levels. Most of the things in the area I'm at, my Pig Knight can knock out pretty easily. So I'm not too worried. The only issue I have is like Dwebble. Just because it's not weak to anything I have. Dynamax adventures are so much more bearable when I'm more focused on playing through a game on the side. Okay. Flygon, no. Boltund, no. Nidoqueen, no. Tapu Koko, no. Tapu Noko. I need my... whatever this is, Pig Knight. Need it to get a better fighting move. Nothing wrong with arm thrust. It's actually very cool. But I would like one that is a single hit and just guaranteed to do all the damage it should, rather than a multi-hit that might fail at 2. Found 2 shiny Honage. Nice. That has a very nice... I forget which one is that. Is it the single one, like the first form? It is, because after that's Doublade and Aegislash. I love Honage. Honage, however you want to say that. Really want to hunt that at some point. I love it, because it's like the blood sword. At some point I'll hunt that. And hey, I'm doing a badge quest in these games, so maybe I'll hunt it during that. Again though, I don't want to overly plan badge quest. Like, I have a couple hunts I'd like to do, but I don't want to have anything set in stone. I kind of want it to be like, oh, I want to do these hunts, but I'll really just do whatever I get the opportunity for. Iron Head, Can you helping hand a Dynamax to Pokemon? I never know how moves like that work with Dynamax, because half the time they work, half the time they don't. It's really just like a coin flip. Heck, I'm convinced that they aren't set specifically, and you literally just get a 50-50 chance on if they work. Oh. I don't know why that happened. I need to get that checked out. That happened last time. I don't know why the right game cuts out. If it's the HDMI cable or the USB cable or the capture card itself. I don't know. At some point I'm gonna do a new cycle. Not new cycle. I want to say I'm looking into upgrades, and the way upgrading works for these, fun fact, means that it's weird. Everything just shifts. Technically, you could just say I'm replacing the oldest one, but not really. So the right game, that's my best one right now. If I get a better one, that would be then use. Did I say right? Okay, left game is my best one. Let's start there. Make sure I'm correct. That is my best capture card. That would then go to the right game, and then the left game would get the better one. Not giving the better one to the right game. Even though the right game is only like capture card that gets cycled out. Yeah, I'll probably upgrade at some point, because I've been able to find some decent ones online for pretty fair prices, so I'll have to look more into that. And I might even get 2. Don't quote me on that. Just because I have the 2 already. But then what that also gives me the potential for is having one that I don't have to worry about keeping constantly hooked up. So then I could have one for the left game, one for the right game, and then one that I just use either if I ever throw a third game in there, boom, have the third one ready. Or if I, need to have something for on the go, boom, have one that I'm ready to take on the go. And I need to figure out the most fire hazard free way of doing something stupid, because at this point anything else would have to be hooked up like over at my TV across the room. But that is a very long distance to span a cable. Now, easy thing to fix the tripping hazard, just put a rug over it. I can get one of those, not too hard. The only issue I got then would be, actually getting cable to span that long. Because keep in mind, that's a cable that has to run from a switch all the way to my desk, which is like 10 feet, give or take. We'll say 12 feet. 12 feet that has to move into a capture card and computer, then another 12 feet to go back if I want to hook it up to anything else. Now, I'm sure there's a way I could have it meet in the middle, only need like 6 feet, because then that's where it would connect to the capture card, and then a long cable to connect it. I'm not doing all that. Another thing I thought of that might work is, I could set things up in some areas, like have the little cubby in my desk that could technically hold a switch if it needs to, or anything small enough to just fit in the little cubby. It doesn't necessarily have to be a switch, but that way it's still right at my desk. And I actually need to work with the wire management. I'm still scared about this, because there's a few wires that just freely hang out the back, But when cats come in here and stuff, they just walk right through the little hole that's in my desk, and I don't like that. Because it's very easy. Like, there's one I see that's just right in the middle. If I don't move that out of the way, like, if you pull on that, that pulls one of my monitors just right off the back of my desk. I do not want that to happen. Now, fortunately, cats are rarely in here, and when they are in here, it's because I'm in here and supervising. So, I don't know. I don't think it's too bad. This fight is not going well. We are all very weak. What's takedown? Oh, I don't want that move. Okay. Mist swirls around the battlefield. Whoa. Yeah, I'm not winning this one, I don't think. Um, I would love if someone else would take this. Patricia. They want me to lose. They absolutely want me to lose. There's no way I win unless one of them swaps here. And also doesn't die here, by the way. Because, like, why do NPCs have to be stupid? Even a little bit better coding could have gone a long, long way. Not asking for them to be perfect, just asking for them to work. Hey, Scott here. Of course, I run into an NPC named Scott in a Pokemon game. Max Geyser. Geyser. No! Why did an arm okay, that's stupid. I could have easily knocked out this Roggenrola. Rock thrust. Not arm thrust did not hit 3 times. Or at least didn't do enough damage in the 2 times it hit. Actually, how does that work if it has sturdy? Does it being a multi-hit move bypass sturdy? I think it does. I don't know. That is a timber. Well, I think it's safe to send out my electric type. Now, I could fight the timber, or I could heal or revive my fainted Pokemon. I'm gonna revive. Okay, I didn't actually pay attention to that battle. It seemed to have ended quickly. So I hope that means there were no casualties. Probably the only time I'll be mad if I see a full health bar. Okay, please. Thank you. I think that's better for me still. I was gonna say I'd rather the one with less health switch, but like either way, someone's dying in like 1 hit. Might as well get as many good things as possible. Bite? You can learn bite? Oh, but HMs can't be forgotten right now. Remember that. I hate how HMs work. It's so annoying with the whole HMs can't be forgotten right now. You know, you have to go through a whole move deleter process to get rid of them. But it's stupid, especially in this game, because I think in Black and White, the only mandatory use of any HM in the entire game is 1 tree at the start of the game, the second you get cut. Right after you do that, you never have to use a single HM again unless you choose to. I would lower its defense, but I mean, we're all mostly special attackers. Like, well, I guess it's split 50-50, actually. Oh boy, the fun part. Okay. At least electric moves cannot hurt us. We are a fully ground type party right now. Honestly, aside from like the stupidity that's kind of happened during this path. This is actually really good. I just don't think I can keep it because it seems too inconsistent. Don't. Okay, thank you. Should knock it out this turn, right? Because I think we did over half last turn. Discharge can't touch us. Powered boom. That should be it knocked out, right? Yes. Shiny hunt. This is gonna be the shiny. I just feel it. Alright, let's see. Wigglytuff, no. Swampert, no. Nidoking, no. Tapu Koko, no. That's a shame. I actually kind of wanted the Swampert. I love how the right game still has Tapu Bulu saved from that hunt. Hmm. Hmm. Flygon. Luxray. Yes! If the path is good enough, I can keep this. Might be able to keep this. What's Steel type? Okay, what's Steel type? What's Steel type? Because I think that rock, yeah, rock is good. What's the Steel? Move clouds. Steel type is iffy. But if I play things right, the Steel type is actually fine to have. It's not the best, but it could be worse. Okay, I actually have very bad things for this fight, so I just gotta hope I can do enough damage. Hopefully Luxray knows what to do and just spams this thing. There's a cat joining me now. Yes, you. Talk about you. Do you know that? Do you know that you're a cat? Silly cat. Let go. Let go. Stupid claws. Oh, that's unfair. Dude got a crit and it knocked me out. I'm gonna lose this fight again because I don't have anything good anymore. Well, never speak too soon. I have things I'm okay with sacrificing too, so. Like in this case, you're going down anyways. I need a good Pokemon. Might as well use your last turn alive since I know you're gonna get outsped anyways. Got to do something. See, I can play smart. Just have to really try. I don't know how fast Alan is compared to a Sigilith. So I'm just gonna keep healing. Cat. What are you doing over there? Quit. Why do you keep scratch? Do you have a cone on? Have you not figured that out? Whatever itch you're scratching at, you're not gonna hit. You're not gonna hit that itch. Cats are silly creatures. Oh, I shouldn't have used roll out. It was gonna go down anyways. No, I've locked myself into roll out. Never mind. That's good because I actually needed roll out for the next Pokemon anyways. Yay! Oh, and it one shot because it had enough damage built up. From one use of rollout had enough damage built up to one shot. Darumaka, that's crazy. Ooh, roll out, big damage. I knocked out a Scraggy too. Okay, rollout is a really cool move. I like it. Easiest way to win a fight ever. Quite strong, but future must change. Future blah blah blah. Don't really care, dude. This cat is driving me crazy. She keeps scratching at her weird cone. Okay, before you do that again, stop. Oh my god. You do you not realize that no matter how much you do that, it's not gonna get it? I'm not taking it off of you either. Don't think that trick's gonna work. Just lay down and have a sleep. Hi. Welcome. It has been a while. It has. I actually was just thinking, I'm sorry I haven't been active in the Discord. I just remembered that. I just haven't been, like, very active on Discord at all recently. But I was just thinking about the Discord, actually. I saw you were live earlier, but I was, like, half awake when that happened. I think you were playing, what was it? Black and white or something? I don't know. I don't actually. I didn't see enough of it when I was half awake. Karaoke. I don't really do karaoke, so Black 2. I still need to get to Black 2. I'm playing Pokemon Black right now because I finally fixed one of my 3DS systems because it had a bad bottom screen. Finally got that replaced. So I've been playing through Black and White just so I can do shiny hunts on them at some point in the future. Also, give me a second. I'm gonna Let me just grab this real quick. And for anyone who might be here lurking or not, I I have a fun link for you. You should all go check that link out. Should work because this isn't a short stream. It won't have broken links because you can't click links in short streams. I don't know why. No, to be honest, but that's what makes it fun. It's spirit karaoke for it to be bad. Or confused singing. Yeah, I've just never really. I don't know. It's never been my interest. I don't like this game. There's a mandatory. Can I just not? You don't even have to do it. Oh my gosh. There's a mandatory like I don't even know what it's like the contests or whatever. They force you to learn how to do those, but you literally don't even have to do that much. You can just not do anything to your Pokemon. Like, okay, sure, it's not what you're supposed to do, but sure if that's what you want to do. Oh, never actually done it before, but it'd be fun to cut. Oh, interesting. I think I remember seeing at least when I was more active something about like a Jeopardy. Did you ever end up having that happen and doing all that? I remember seeing stuff about it. I don't know. I think that was around the time I disappeared for a bit, so I never saw if that actually happened. Hum the tune for someone else if it makes you feel better. Oh gosh. Oh, was this an art contest? That's cool. I'm going through like checking all the stuff. I have not signed in on this account in a. That was ages ago. Okay, figured as such. Also, Pokedoku tournament and art. I just saw the art competition stuff. Pretty good art. That would have been something fun. I'm not an artist, but like I had a little phase. I'd like to go back to it actually soon, where I did like hand drawn Pokemon or thumbnails and stuff. Uh, when did that start? I started doing that with like the Meryl hunt, and going forward, like every thumbnail had at least one drawn out shiny. Except for a few, like Violet X and Zorua that didn't have it. But then I came back and did more for my ZA video, and the first Pointless Grinds video. Those are just really fun. I feel like it adds a nice little charm. We had time to think it over, but I think it's good. I'll have to see. I don't know. I'm not one to be big on community events and stuff. I don't know. That's just kind of how I am. But I'll see. Alright, but yeah, right in the event. Yeah. Art is sometimes just fun to mess with, even if you know you have no clue what you're actually doing and know it's not going to be as good as some things. It's still just fun to do. I have so many unread messages on this account because I've not been online in forever. Scarlet wants it. Yeah. I have so many unread messages. Oh my gosh. Hypothetically, is there an anime intro I love? Oh. I mean, I don't really watch anime of Pokemon. Okay. Pokemon anime I'm a bit more familiar with. I'm biased. I have to say Black and White, the original, because that's literally the reason I'm even into Pokemon. I grew up watching that. I remember I actually faked being sick one day to stay home because they were doing a marathon of Black and White episodes, and I just wanted to watch it. So I just found an excuse to stay home, and is it any wonder Black and White are my favorite games when I was literally willing to stay home just to watch the anime? Some Gen 5 love. Really? No one has, like, claimed or thought about claiming Gen 5 yet? Because, like, Gen 5 is one of those games where it's like, when it comes out, everyone hates it. Oh, that's just Pokemon these days, where a game comes out, everyone hates it. Then you turn around, and then suddenly everyone loves it. Those always seem to be my favorite. Like, I always love the games that are in that boat of, when it came out, people hated it. But now, people are like, it's okay. I'm so lost. Where is the gym? Oh, it's right here. No, it's not. I'm stupid. I should know this game better. Why am I struggling? This is it. No, it's not. Oh my gosh. I cannot enter every flashy building I see and think it's the gym. But also, if I keep doing that, one of them is going to be correct, right? Like, at some point, there will physically be no more buildings to enter other than the right one. Okay, that's leaving. I don't want to do that. I want to get my badge. I gotta get my money up. I gotta get my badges up. You know, how will I ever be a successful Pokemon trainer without badges? Because, you know, a single metal object that is going to be kept away in a case anyways is definitely what should determine if a Pokemon trusts you. So does the trainer go around showing their badges to every Pokemon they encounter, like, ooh, look, I got some badges. You want a badge? Okay, Skarmory, no. Not saying that name, but that's not shiny. Berserker, no. Tapu Koko, no. Dang it. This is gonna go to 70. You're gonna head out. Alright, I'll definitely think about it. I'll see. I might warm up to the idea of it. I don't know. Yeah, take care. It's 5. And boom. Uh, I'm quick to make a decision based on the first or second thing. I should really start looking at all three. I'll just max Hailstorm it. And Fire Punch, I guess. I don't know what I'm doing. I need to find the gym. I found the gym, finally. Wonder how quick I'll be able to knock this out. I hope there's actually a good path. I didn't check what's after this. We're making good work of this thing, I think. Mm. Okay, that's what I'll do. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Okay, admittedly not the best right here, but I mean, it is still technically a poison type. Actually, I was about to be like, oh my gosh, I would love to get a shiny Scolipede. I love Scolipede so much, and I forgot Scolipede was the last shiny I got. Maybe I don't want another one. I mean, I'll take another one, but I don't necessarily need another one. That'd be funny. All that would change is just updating to the most recent. No, I don't like the idea of having a fighting type. I'm not gonna go into this fight with that. Toxic will be fun. Oh, I got the poison. That's nice. That's Quake here, and then I guess Steel Roller. Does that get rid of terrain? I think it does. Joke's on you, I was already attacking. Ooh, that really helps then. I'm glad to have that. Alright, I didn't really have good moves there. Is this the one? No. No. No, fortunately, kind of. And... no. Okay. No, I hit B. I hit B. Of course, it takes forever to load. Okay, this is kind of bad. There's the ground type, which is actually really good. And I can only reach it by going this way. And slash. clang. Gosh. Okay, well I know Sand Slash does not need to switch. I mean, yeah, I'd rather not carry around a water type. Oranguru would be great if someone takes this, because Instruct, plus ground move and stuff, that would be great, I think. There we go. Okay. Hopefully an NPC takes this, that'd be nice. Take. Thank you very much. Okay, I can turn off noise suppression. I'm gonna have to watch this part back and see how that worked, how that transition is. Because it sounds goofy. One way or the other, I'll adjust accordingly. This thing is taking forever to take out. I don't want to waste all my ground moves on it though. Because having no ground moves for Koko is basically as good as just not having a ground move to begin with. So I'd rather save one, or two, or three. I'd like to have at least three, but I don't even know if I have that many right now. Would have helped if I actually Dynamaxed the Pokemon that was using the good moves. Oh, I'm fine right now to keep using this. Yes! Probably one of the best teams I could have got. I like this path. Pretty good. If this goes well enough, I might try to reset this path. Although if it goes ultra well enough, I won't even have to worry about resetting because I'll just get the shiny. And I like getting shinies. Oh wow, we're going through this thing real fast. I think that's only turn 1. I'll Dynamax even though I don't need it. Boom. Tapu Koko down. Nintendo 64! Nintendo 64! Nintendo 64! No! I used a regular Pokeball. That's gonna be the shiny now. Just for this, I hope it's not shiny. Just because I wanted a better ball. That'd be funny, though. That'd be a funny story to tell. Why is your Tapu Koko in a Pokeball? Oh, I accidentally caught it in one. Okay, no. 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 Okay, good. I'm safe. On to the next one. Okay, I was already expecting this to take like 70 to 80. Oh, I forgot to save the path. I need to get a sticky note and just put it on my screen. Save this path. I need to do that. Yeah, I can definitely hit 70 tonight. Maybe even... Okay. Can definitely hit 70. I could probably hit 80. If things don't go terribly, I can probably actually hit 80. And if I get a good path and actually remember to reset it, I can definitely go to 80 tonight. I'll go left. Hi, kitty. How was your nap? I know you were sleeping. Was it good? You're still tired. You're yawning. Go back to bed. Or is it cat? Oh, okay. Back to bed. Kangaskhan. Mm, honestly, I think the NPCs can take this. I don't think I even need to switch throughout this run, because both my Pokemon have poison moves. Okay, this might be rough and iffy. Gotta deal with a ground type. Oh, has insomnia now. Cool. My Diglets can't go to sleep. Oh no. Not like it matters. Why? Okay, why do you get less time for your turn if your Pokemon is fainted and your only option is to cheer? Like, I get it. You literally have, like, one option. There's nothing else you can do. But still. Why does that have to be on a turn limit? Or a stricter limit, I guess. Like, obviously, it needs to be on a limit, otherwise, you know, nothing would ever happen. But I think that's just weird that it's so strict. Okay, this should hopefully be the last turn of this fight. That's fun. I like doing that sound. I should do that more. Okay, maybe not. Noah, if you switch, I'm gonna be so mad. Don't give it to Noah. Thank you. Filler dialogue. I need to get back to playing Pokemon Black. I just kind of shut the system for a bit, and I think that's what completely took me out of I did not want to do the gym puzzle, but I need to. Okay. Well, there's not much I can do here. So I guess sludge bombing. At some point, I'm probably gonna set up a camera just so I can show off the gameplay I'm doing, even if I'm not shiny hunting, just so it's there or something. I don't know. More fun content. Like filler dialogue. I actually really want to do that crystal idea now. That's actually in my head. I might do that, actually. Um, I've been interested in trying out gameplay and stuff. Just see how playthroughs do as like streams. And there's definitely games I'd want to play, because I want to play Crystal. Then I also want to play the GameCube Pokemon games. So I'll have to see how those do. Might be something fun to give a shot. Let's see what they do. This sucks. I'm doing this just so they don't. I would have rather the guy who had something that's actually weak swapped, but you know, you can't control everything. Aromatherapy. Or Giga Drain. I can just Giga Drain. Max Airstream. Oh no. Oh well. Okay, you were gonna die anyways. Let's be like completely real for a second. Oh, it didn't die. What? How'd it live? Okay, I don't have audio for me, so it was obvious it lived if you're actually watching this, because you would have heard that the audio played the low health instead of not anything. But I don't have audio, so I didn't. here. Okay, well, now it's dead. Can't afford another death. Unfortunate. Ooh, clutched it. Okay, that path was kind of bad. I don't think I want to redo that. Could better decisions have been made during that? Yes, absolutely. Could the game also have just given me a better path to begin with? Again, yes, absolutely. Okay. Kangaskhan, no. Doug Trio, no. Poltergeist, no. And Tapu Koko, no. Ooh, yes. I guess I'll take the mill tank. Okay, ground type. And then 2 ground types. No, not 2 ground types. I'm dumb. I'm colorblind. Wait, am I actually colorblind? Oh no. I didn't think it was that bad. Okay. That's a fun story. So I'm like, this isn't official or anything. There's not an actual diagnosis for this. But I am very strongly believing that I have some sort of colorblindness. Specifically towards the color red. Not red-green. Literally just the color red. And I don't even know if that's the proper term to call this colorblind. But I cannot really differentiate shades of red. Or really anything that really differentiates because of the red hue. Red's a very weak color for me. And there's been multiple examples actually where I've been with friends and we'll be looking at red things and there's multiple colors of red and I'm just like, I really like how those two match. And like, those are 2 different colors. I'm like, what? No, they're not. I'm like, yeah, those are not the same color. I'm like, oh. Now, whatever that's supposed to be, I don't know if that's actually being colorblind, if that meets any criteria. I don't know what criteria there is to be considered colorblind. But, yeah, that's just how I see color. Red is very weak for me in my eyes. And we just kind of witnessed that. I know fire is technically orange, but how do you get orange and mix red and yellow? So redstone vault. It really just red and orange-ish end of the spectrum is where my eyes don't do so well. So yeah, I genuinely thought the fire type was the ground type as well. I thought they were both ground types. Because I saw the ground type, saw that the fire type looked like the same color. I'm like, okay. They were not. Now, until I get like some kind of official test done or whatever, which I probably never will, but if I ever did, then we could actually say I'm colorblind. But until then, I have to very obviously give the disclaimer that that's not like official. It's literally just based on what I've noticed. Let's see. Drapion. Do I need that? Not really. Yeah, that's a good swap. Swopportunity. Oh, I thought I selected it. Bruh. Okay. Finding the electric gym in Pokemon Black. This is hilarious. I get Volt switched on just for her to take her Emolga back and send out an Emolga. Whoa. It's the same Pokemon. Why did you do all that? Max Quake. Boom. friend sent me something. I do not understand it. Oh gosh, I'm gonna have to learn to understand it. There we go. I am getting cooked. Okay. The right one is a ground type, the left one's a fire type. I can see, I promise. Hi, welcome. It's Space Dog. I remember you. I think you might have been around once before since I started streaming again. I don't know. It's good to see you again. Hope all is going well, even after my absence. I'm not doing well in either game I'm playing. How is it possible for me to play 2 games? Well, okay, 3 games at the same time and lose in all of them? I'm getting absolutely destroyed in black and white. I'm getting destroyed in both Dynamax adventures. What is going on? Oh no, I don't have any paralyze remover items. Of course, you get the gym leader's Pokemon down to health you can knock it out from, and then they just heal because they can do that. Substrika already? The Volt Switch spam is insane. I need to grind, clearly. I'm very underleveled. Yeah, sure, Shell Bell and I guess Quick Claw. Oh, I didn't even realize I was on the Tapu Koko. I've been on autopilot. Okay. Venom Shock and Max Quake. Those seem to be the best options I have. Should go down this turn, I hope. Alright. 68. Let's see. Will I get a shiny Tapu Koko? I don't know. I really don't. But after this, I'll hit 70, which is nice. Alright, no. 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 On to 70. I don't know if I felt comfortable with keeping that path. So I'll just get another one. No, I don't want to do Zygarde, I want to do Koko. Okay, but before I do this, I'm actually going to be right back. I'm going to take care of some things real quick. But I should be back in like 2 minutes, give or take. So, I don't even need a be right back screen. I'll just leave it on this. Me when I lie, it might have been more than 2 minutes. I don't know. I'm back. And I'm doing... Ooh, good path, good path. If this stays good, I might keep it. Okay, I need my stylus. Hello, little stylus. Hello, Mario. Okay, there's ground type. And Coffagrigus. I swear, if I get the Coffagrigus and Koko in the same one, I'm gonna be upset. Shiny Giratina, how's it going? Hopefully it's going well. Oh man, I found a shiny Giratina before shiny Tapu Koko. How's that even possible? You feeling down, don't know why, like you look for D&D all week, then suddenly you burnt out altogether. Oh, that sucks. Sorry to hear that. Burnout is never a fun thing. It's definitely interesting that that happened just kind of like all of a sudden like that. Definitely sucks though, because like you can't really prepare or plan around something like that. That just kind of happens. Ice shard, flamethrower. I love leveling up my Pokemon just to beat one stupid gym. Same thing. I don't know why I acted like there's thoughts to be had there. Dang, I'm getting destroyed in this. How? This is unfortunate. I think the path isn't actually as good as I thought it was. Like, I'm using big damage attacks and everything, and it's still kicking my butt. If this knocks out, there's no excuse. Okay. Why is that doing so little? Am I using a weaker move on accident? I just don't know because I'm not checking. Honestly, this run is probably bad anyways. I think I just need a reset. I need to check. Oh, that's why I've been not doing damage. I was using a weak move. I hate that. Half the time I feel like they really should have just made every max move like predetermined. Like they all do the same base damage. Only difference is typing and whether it's physical or special. They really should have just done that, I feel like. Because it's really annoying when stuff like that happens. Good. Well, now that I know what caused that to go so bad, I might give this path a second try. I don't know. I feel like if I lose it all, though, that's a sign that it's not trustable enough to give a second chance. I'm looking forward to the next phase at least. Even if I don't get Koko next, I'm still very interested to see what phases I might get. If I don't play the game, what happens then? Wow. Already back to Palace Swine Dynamaxing. I mean, that just means it's been 4 turns. But that's still crazy, 4 turns in battle. Okay. So I'm gonna get to make it to the Tapu Koko fight at least. But I don't know if I'm gonna win because we have 1 life. And with that 1 life, I somehow have to do enough.
Yes, maybe. I think that's fine. Salazzle, I'm kind of upset with its HP because it's not at full, which is always a risk. But most of what we have should be good. The only exceptions are Clefairy, I think is what that one is, because it's not really good for attacking this. And Piloswine, despite being a ground type, which is great defensively, I don't think it has a ground attack. I think it's 2 ice, a rock, and a fighting. Yeah, okay. I'll Dynamax, just give me as much health as I can. Okay, I don't need Ice Shard right now, but if that always goes first, then that might be good to have towards the end if I just need a quick, like, oh, it's really getting down to it, but like any amount of damage would win the fight. And I think Max Ooze raises special attack, question mark? If it does, that'd be great for me.
It has quick attack, but I think always goes first, out prioritizes quick attack. That's another funny thing for priority moves. Some of them will be like, this move always goes first. But like, it doesn't always go first. If anyone else uses a priority move that gets higher tier of priority or within the same bracket but is faster, then no, that move does not go first always. Okay. I'll hit another blizzard, why not? Please do like no damage. I didn't like that. Life 2. Okay. That gives some health. Not a lot, but some. I don't like that still. It's too scary for me. So, like, is this the situation where I just want to outspeed it now? Honestly, I'm max guarding because, you know, as much as I would like to get more damage out there, I think it's better to just play it safe. Make sure I don't die. Oh, yes, I'm so glad I did that. Hopefully, NPCs can take care of the rest. Yes, that was the smartest play I've ever done. Sometimes not attacking is the right move. I genuinely think if I didn't max guard there, it would have knocked me out. So I'm glad I had some foresight there. Alright, my team is leveled up as well for Pokemon Black. I'm getting back into doing the gym. Had 2 evolutions as well, which was nice. I evolved my Venipede into Whirlipede and Blitzel into Zebstrika. Okay, Jigglypuff, no. Marowak, no. Cofagrigus, no. Tapu Koko, no. Unfortunate. Ooh, okay, hold on. If this works out. Yes, okay, I got rid of the two Emolgas. Rollout was not the play. The play was indeed Flame Charge, because I would start outspeeding them. That was the key. Because if I could outspeed, that saves me so much. Then foul Pokemon's Zebstrika. Okay, hold on. I need to take Relicanth so they can't have that. And I'm going to switch in Ra. My Sandile. Because that's what's going to take care of the Zebstrika. Mud Slap. Wait, is it just going to quick attack spam? Okay, no, it has Flame Charge. But if I keep dropping its accuracy, it can't do anything to me. And then I just kind of win. Oh no, my HP is low. Whatever will I do? Too bad I don't have a super potion. Yeah. Oh, you healed. Okay, well, all you did by healing was just give me more chance to lower your accuracy. Yeah, I'm avoiding the attacks now. I'm not doing much damage, but I'm avoiding attacks, and that's the most important. Oh, it can't go any lower. Okay, crunch. Oh, she healed again. Oh no. Okay, I think I just win, because it can't touch me. And I won. Okay. That's probably, like, the hardest gym in the game. If I had to pick one. At least so far. Because, I mean, electric gyms in general are annoying, because they do a bunch of paralyze gimmick. So, you know, if you get paralyzed, not only do you move slower, but you also have a chance to just not get to attack. How many turns is... Okay, that was just the first turn. I was like, what? I've only done this much damage in 2 turns? No, that was the first. I'm saving my game. Because I don't know what's going to happen after this point. I was going to say portion and point at the same time. I meant one or the other. I don't know. I don't know what happens next in the story. I forgot.
Wonder how many more I can do. Let's see. Calculator. Let's say it takes 20 minutes to do one of these. And I want to do, okay, 10, but that's actually 5 technically. So say 5. It's 100 minutes divided by 60. Okay, so that's like an hour and 40 minutes. I don't have that much time. So either I need to do really quick Dynamax adventures or I'm not hitting 80 tonight. I don't care if I hit 80 or not, because I mean, last time I didn't end on 50. Technically, I'm already up. If I could even hit like 78 or 76, like that's still really good, because that's still 30 roughly. And then tomorrow I can come back and finish up what I don't get done today, assuming I can get it tomorrow. But that's the fun thing with my schedule. I love it. I get 3 days in a row to shiny hunt. I get me a little break to just kind of mentally reset after that. Then I get another day of shiny hunt. Then I get 2 more days to prepare for the next long stretch. Do I want Flygon? Yes. And then the ground type. Okay, I'll go this way, I think. Because even though it's part water and weak, I mean, it's still got poison typing on it. And the water will at least help in terms of taking down the next Pokemon.
my friend sent this link for like a huge game tournament or whatever that's happening at his school. I just spent a few minutes looking at that. Now, realistically, I probably won't be able to go, or even if I did, I don't think I could do anything, so there's no reason to go. Because why would you go if you're not participating? But, you know, looks cool. Good, I guess. You can have that. I'm not gonna say that's the worst thing that could have happened, but it's also definitely not the best. Hello. Again. We are still on the search for Koko, unfortunately. I hit 70. That was my biggest goal for tonight. Just because, you know, that's around the 20 mark. So, that's my biggest goal for every Dynamax Adventure stream, is to just get around 20. Because even if that's the case and I only get around 20, that's 5 streams and I get to odds. If I get to 25, or at least average 25, 4 streams to get to odds. I stream 4 times a week. So it takes a week to get a shiny with that logic. And I actually think I'm doing pretty good on odds, because given the time I have left, which is about an hour and 10 minutes, I'll be able to pass 75. I mean, I can't hit 75 exactly because I'm doing double counts, so I'm going by 2s. But, you know, as long as I hit 76 tonight, then that puts me in a perfect position for tomorrow. Just get the shiny. But, of course, it can go over odds. And I won't complain, because I did have some pretty good luck the past 2 hunts. But honestly, my opinion, it might not shine tonight, but my guess is it's going to be somewhere between 80 and 90. You know, that way it's not insanely fast, which already I think we're safe from being in that territory. But it's also not insanely long to where it's like, oh my gosh, just end the hunt. And honestly, the game still owes me anyways. Because if I check this real quick, I need to see what they're doing. You win. You can have that. So Okay, yeah. So,
I am already at, like, if you combined the encounters for every hunt I've done through Dynamax Adventures on this save, I'm at 600 total. This is only my 5th hunt, so I'm over the expected encounters by one whole shiny at this point. So, the game definitely deserves to pay me an under odds Koko. But I think it's definitely going to give me a bit of a challenge. It's not going to be insane over odds. But I think even just at or around 100 is fine. Like, I'm okay with going over like I did with Feeny, so long as it doesn't go, like, insanely long. You're going to call it right now, it's going to be 88. I like that. That's about where I want it to be, personally.
because that hits the 80 to 90 window.
And it's in that sweet spot where, it's still under odds, so it's not like it was a huge pain. But at the same time, we still get to have a hunt. We have the hunt, but it's under odds. That's what I like to see. And an additional thing, Anxious Christian, who's another streamer, he doesn't do strictly Pokemon, but he does a lot of Pokemon every now and then.
Sundays, and I think sometimes, I don't know if he's been doing it recently, but sometimes one other day throughout the week he'll do Dynamax Adventures. I think right now he's going for Dialga, unless he got that and I missed that. I don't know, but I really would like, and like this is my little side goal, I'd really like if the total number of encounters for all 4 Tapus ends up being less than how much it takes him to get Dialga. And I'll say right now, even if I get the Koko on this one, the total is 244. Last I checked, he was at, I want to say like, okay, I don't want to actually, until I check. Because I don't want to be wrong. Okay, he's almost at 200. So, yeah, he's almost at 200. I'm little over, no, I'm almost halfway to almost halfway through 200, or in other words, 300. I'm at 244 after this one. Basically, I just think it would be funny. I have lost multiple Kokos and Feenies, and I think a few Booloos even. Like, that's the unfortunate thing. There are losses. I don't count them. I only count the ones I beat. Which does give us interesting cases where, in theory, if I, like at 38 when I had Scolipede, if I kept losing at 38, in theory I could have had multiple shinies technically on 38. Put that in air quotes. Technically they weren't, but I only count the ones I capture, because why would I count it if I didn't even get to check if it was a shiny? That seems kind of dumb. Like in Sword and Shield in the overworld, you don't count everything as an encounter unless you actually run into it. So that's why I do it the way I do. No shiny. I did not like how close that was, though. I'm not keeping that path. Okay. But yeah, my ultimate goal is whatever I get this at, assuming it doesn't go crazy over, is to still end up getting all the Tapus in less than it takes Anxious Christian to get Dialga. Now, honestly, I'm going to be honest real quick. Hold on, let me just take away the Koko encounters on this. I still got the first 3 in less, like, that is already a victory for me. The fact that I got 3 out of the 4 Tapus confirmed in less encounters than it took him to get Groudon. Not Groudon, Dialga. I don't know why I said Groudon. Because, yeah, he's at, like, 180 something, maybe 190. I didn't see exactly where he ended at. He's around 190. We'll say 190 so far. I'm at 172 for the first 3 Tapus I hunted. So, I already get that victory. I got 3 Tapus in the time it took him, well, in the time it's taken him currently to hunt the 1. And of course that can change. That very much can change. If he starts going over even more, there's a chance Koko could still end up getting in there before he gets the Dialga. Now, I'm not wishing ill on him. I'm not wishing that the hunt does go that long. In fact, I think I would rather he does end up getting it quicker. Like next stream even, he does. I'd rather him get it than just be stuck on that one hunt forever. Because he's already been doing it for a while. But, you know, it's funny. I think it's just a funny thing if it works out more in my favor. But again, small victory. I got 3 out of the 4 still locked in. Now, of course, our stream schedules very much do not align. So it's going to take us a while to figure... Okay, I don't want to say a while. That's unfair. But, you know, it's going to take a minute for us to actually see the results. I'll have to update on that later. Because... So Anxious Christian double... Oh, not yet. He's at almost 200. I don't think he's hit 200 yet. I think he's at like 190, give or take. So next stream, for sure, we'll be hitting 200. Yeah, it just kind of, unfortunately, with how things work, like, he does them about 4 hours, give or take. 3 to 4 hours, it seems. And he also only does it once a week. So, you know, keep that in mind as well. You have him doing it, we'll say 4 hours, benefit of the doubt. We'll say he does it 4 hours once a week. So just 4 hours a week. Compared to me, where how I've been doing these is, okay, the first ones were a bit less because I just kind of did however many I felt like doing. There was no structure to it. But now that I'm on a schedule, you keep in mind that I'm doing 5 hours 3 days of the week, and then I have 1 day set aside to do 6 hours. So this last week was a bad example because I actually cut that 6 hour one to 5 hours again. Just because I wasn't feeling like I could make it through the whole thing. But like, that's still 20 to 21 hours a week that I'm doing Dynamax adventures. And, you know, that's... Honestly, I'm impressed I'm even able to keep that up, because that's with also balancing, like, classes, playing other games, doing other things. Like, I somehow manage this, which I guess isn't that crazy. Because 5 hours a day, 3 days a week, and then 6 hours a day, 1 day a week, like, that's not too bad.
I'm proud of myself for managing that, though. It's one of my other small victories in life. But yeah, as you can tell, this is kind of unfair as well. Or I guess not unfair. I'm just putting in more hours. Yes, I get them in terms of like actual time passed. Yes, I get them quicker because this is all I'm doing, and I'm putting more time into it per week. So obviously, you know, you put more time into something per week, and you just naturally have more ability to, you know, that's just gonna work out to where like time wise it's faster. That's just how that works. But in terms of encounters, you know, that's a different story. So, yeah, basically, all this to say that even when I get Koko, we will not know for sure for a few weeks, maybe even months. Because, you know, obviously every time the Koko isn't shiny, that pushes the barrier up by 2. Do I want this? Yeah, I want this. I'm so glad I said I wanted that. So, yeah. And of course, after I get this, I'll be able... Well, actually, no, I won't because I stream on Sundays, unfortunately, at the same time. Unless I did, like, I don't know, I don't want to say collaboration, but, like, you know, just turn my stream into I am joining his raids in his stream. This is just an alternate place to view my angle of it. You know, because I'd like to help him out just so he can get more encounters. Because I think that's the biggest issue. Dialga is one of the ones where you kind of need more than one player to consistently get victories. And, of course, there are definitely times, I think, where he's not able to get people. So, you know, that's also a limiting factor. But yeah, with the situation and everything, even once I get Koko, it's going to take a minute to see if I ended up getting all 4 quicker. Of course, I say this, and then watch me not get Koko for a while, and then he ends up getting Dialga on, like, the very next stream. That'd be kind of unfortunate. Good for him, bad for me, because that means I don't get to see my little victory with that. But, again, small victories. I still got 3 out of the 4 quicker. This freeze is working out great for me. I just get to beat up on Sceptile with no penalty. Breaking swipe. Boom.
I need to mentally prepare for the 5th gym in Pokemon Black. I finished the Electric Gym. I know Clay is next, the ground gym leader. I just need to prepare because I only have one Pokemon I think that actually beats him right now. Just bought Shield for the first time. Never played it. Well, I hope you enjoy it. It's very fun. It was actually my very first Pokemon game. Okay, that's a lie. Sword was. You get the point. These were my first Pokemon games I actually played. And while I definitely prefer other entries in the series, these are very good entries. Like, I genuinely enjoy these games. So, hopefully you enjoy it. I think you will, as long as you like Pokemon. If you've played other games, I don't know. Is it worth... I would say hold off on the DLC because of how it's structured. So, there's 2 parts of the DLC. I'm sure you know this. Isle of Armor, that scales with you. Put that in parentheses. If you haven't finished the gym challenges, like all 8 of them, and you don't have all 8 badges, it's low level. It's scaled low. Like, the first time you visit the wild area in this game, that's what it's scaled to. Everything is super easy, which means it's really easy if you come back to it later. But once you get 8 badges or more, I think that's when it scales up to being a harder set of Pokemon. And I genuinely enjoy the story of it more if you do that. Also because part of its story requires high level Pokemon. So I feel like it's just worth it to wait on doing that story. And then the Crown Tundra, which is where you get Dynamax adventures. These you can do at any point as long as you can travel to this area. It's like an hour, hour and a half. Because I think as soon as you reach the wild area, you can come to this area as well. You can do Dynamax adventures because it's all rental Pokemon. And if you keep anything from this, you get a free level 65 Pokemon. Or 70 if you want to keep the legendary. You know, really high Pokemon. It is fully obedient. So if you don't feel like playing the story legit, this is the easiest way to get overpowered things early. But the downside with this as well is, 1, that's not really fun. And 2, everything else in this area is actually set at a higher level. In fact, the Pokemon in this area are the highest level they are in the entire game. Like, they're actually higher level than other areas of the game. So you'll have trouble battling or catching anything here. It's not going to be obedient. It doesn't scale. This part of the story is definitely intended to be you play this last. Now you can do it earlier, but I would not recommend it. So, I mean, if you want to get it just to have it, there's no harm in doing that. And I've even done a bit of playthroughs where I've actually mixed in some of the DLC from Isle of Armor into my main playthrough. Just because you can go there and catch a whole bunch of cool new Pokemon. So it's fun to use those on a team for a playthrough. So if that's like the only real reason I would say even have the DLC before you finish the game. And if you're curious, you can... And of course, if you don't care or already know, look up what Pokemon spawn there. If anything seems like something you'd like to use on a team, do it. Okay, Wartortle, no. Flygon, no. Sceptile, no. Tapu Koko, no. Womp womp. Mainly got to help Pokemon. Oh, nice. Keep a record. Yeah, I'll keep a record. Yeah, it'll be fun. I will say, despite all the hate Sword and Shield get for everything, not only were these my first Pokemon games, they were my first RPG. Before I even knew what an RPG was, I was playing this. And despite having played many RPGs since, that I would argue are better games, just because, Pokemon, it's not doing so hot right now. I heard they are trying to bounce back, though, which is good. But, I would still rank Sword and Shield very highly up there in enjoyment. Like, sure, some of that's nostalgia and the whole, it was my first Pokemon game I ever played. But considering it's not actually my favorite in the series, and of course there are other RPGs that I like way more, like, I feel like that's pretty good for it. Like, even with all the stuff that goes against it, I'm still able to think so fondly of it. It should be fun. You should enjoy this. The story is kind of iffy, I will say. But I did enjoy it. Although, I would say the DLC stories are actually better. But that's because those were like crafted experiences. The whole point of them were to be like story and exploration driven, rather than selling you on the new game. Not to hate on Sword and Shield's story at all. I just feel like I enjoyed the DLC stories more. Definitely have Legends of the A and don't want to do Mega Dimension. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Mega Dimension. I got it just because, oh, well, I'm a Pokemon YouTuber. It's expected of me to do stuff with the new game. I wasn't gonna get it, but I had an opportunity to get it, and I was like, yeah, sure, I'll just go ahead and get it. So I got the DLC, played through it. I'm iffy on it. It got boring fast. Like, I finished it, and I'm not doing the post story for it because it just wasn't for me. Like, it was fun playing through it, but my biggest issue is it literally just feels like an excuse to charge $100 for the Switch 2 version. If you play on Switch 1, it's only $90. I know, $10. Whoa. But yeah, it really did just kind of feel like an excuse to actually charge $100 for a video game. Because playing through it, it really just felt like what they did was they had the full game. They were like, can we charge $100 for this? We feel like it's worth it. No, we're never pricing games at $100. Okay. So what they did then was took 1/3 of the content out of the game to get priced at $60 to $70 depending on what version you buy, and then just sell that extra content as an additional $30. So then you're paying for like 1/3 of the story, which should have been there from the beginning, in my opinion, just so they can charge $100 for a game. And I think what makes it worse is the fact that they announced paid DLC before the base game was even out. If you announce like free DLC or stuff, like, cool, but I feel like as soon as you get into, hey, here's DLC for the game, you have to pay for it, by the way. It's like, no. Like, if you know you're doing this before the game is even out, you can go ahead and put it in the base game. I wasn't a fan of that, but I bought it anyways because, dang it, the Pokemon Company's got too big of a hold on me. I'm not buying Pokopia, though, because that steps too much on stuff I'm against. I am strongly against the game key cards. So, sorry, but you put that game on a game key card, I'm not buying it. Which is, I know Pokemon is like a weird, almost second party, I guess you could call it, because it's Nintendo published, but Nintendo themselves don't make it. And, of course, Nintendo doesn't own Game Freak either. Game Freak is their own thing. They just work together through the Pokemon series to make these games. So it's an interesting middle ground. That's why I say second party games. Yeah. I was going to say something there. I need a second to actually remember what the point of mentioning that was. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I was talking about, yeah. So, not quite first party, not quite third party. We'll call it second party. And that's where I think it gets the leniency. Because Nintendo said when they revealed the key cards, they were like, none of our games are going to be on a game key card. They did that as a cheaper option for like indie and other third party developers to put games on cards, since the cards didn't come small enough for a lot of smaller games that were on the system. And, in the case of Final Fantasy VII Remake, that game is too big to fit on a Switch 2 card. Even though it's very possible. I own SD cards that can hold that game. Like, it's not crazy. They could have done it. But yeah. They were like, we're never going to do this. And then Pokopia. They're doing that. And again, I can see how they get the leniency on this. Because Pokemon, even though it's published by Nintendo, technically it's not Nintendo. That's the weird thing. It's a Nintendo series. They own part of the rights to it and everything. But it's not technically Nintendo. Again, it's this weird middle ground. So I think that's where it gets enough leniency to be like, oh, we can do this. I'm not a fan of that. But from what I've heard, apparently they are going to try to do better going forward. Like, I heard, like, as far as, like, budget for game, that's the biggest issue. I don't know what the game was called, but I think it was on, like, an Xbox showcase or whatever. They showed a game that Game Freak is making, and it looks 1,000 times better than anything that has been done for Pokemon. And it's just like, now, I don't want Pokemon to look that realistic. That's probably a bit too far. But these are the same people behind Pokemon making this. And then look at Pokemon, what we're getting. Why do they not do that for the series that makes them more money, And I think, from what I've heard, it's actually like the Pokemon company is the one limiting it. They're the ones who get to determine how much budget a game makes. So it's up to them to determine if we even get enough budget to have a good game. But from what I've heard, they're apparently going to start putting a bit more into the games. I really hope Generation 10 is amazing, just because it's on the Switch 2. There should be no excuse for the game to be bad. And also, they have a 4-year gap between generations, or it's coming out on the 4th year. I don't remember how that works. I just know something about new generation every 3 years. Yes, that's how it is. So this is a new generation on the 4th year. And of course, we had that gap in 24 where we didn't really get a Pokemon game. So I really hope this is a sign that they're actually putting effort into Generation 10, and it's going to be an amazing game. Because ZA was definitely an improvement on launch. Because I played that day one. And ZA, even on Switch 1, plays way better than Scarlet and Violet did. Better than Scarlet and Violet do on Switch 1. On Switch 2, they play about the same, I think. But, like, that's a huge improvement. Considering the last game they made, you practically needed the next generation of hardware to fix it. Like, what? So it's good to see that they figured out the games, and that gives me hope that Generation 10 is going to be even better. Because if we had that whole gap year of no game, and then ZA launched like that, gives me a lot of hope that it also means that them taking a little longer for Generation 10 is going to make that better. And I also heard that apparently if and when they do black and white remakes, or whatever they do for Unova, I don't know if they're going to give us black 3, white 3, or some weird hybrid between the originals and then the sequels. I heard apparently that they're actually going to put a lot of effort into that, and they're going to make the games. That's the biggest thing. I just want them to make it. Giving BDSP to Ilka... Okay, I need to specify this. I don't hate BDSP. I actually... Don't sue me. I actually think BDSP are actually some pretty good games. I said actually like 20 times. I don't care. I enjoyed BDSP. And like, people complain, oh, it's not platinum. It's not platinum. Exactly. You want to tell me what the game names are? Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. You want a platinum remake in the Diamond and Pearl remakes? I don't get it. People will complain, be like, we want Diamond and Pearl remakes. Diamond and Pearl remakes. Gets Diamond and Pearl remakes. Why is it not platinum? If you wanted platinum, why didn't you ask for it? You brought this upon yourself. But anyways, I thought it was pretty good. Like, I didn't hate it. Now, if you give me the choice between platinum... If you give me the choice between platinum and BDSP, I'll pick platinum. But if it's between the originals and BDSP, I'll pick BDSP in that case. You know, I'd rather have platinum, but I'd also rather have BDSP than the originals. So... yeah, I actually quite enjoyed those, though. My only issue was giving it to Ilka, because they're a mobile game company. They make mobile games. And you give them a home console game. So, yeah, I do get graphics complaints on that a bit, because it literally looks like if you slap one of those, like, virtual joysticks and button configurations that you'd see on, like, emulators and stuff, or, like, mobile games, yeah, it would look exactly at home on a freaking Apple phone or whatever. But that's not... okay, that's kind of Game Freak's fault, but I don't blame them for that, because they didn't make the games. Ilka did. But they also chose to have Ilka do it, so, like, again, why? By the way, I just say Ilka. I don't know if that's how you're supposed to say that, or if you're supposed to say ILCA. So apologies to ILCA if that's how you're supposed to say it. I'm saying Ilka, because ILCA is stupid to say multiple times in a row. This team is not that great. I'm cooked. If Ice Beam freezes. Oh, I wish the gunk shots. I should have saved those. But yeah, all this rambling to say, aside from Pokopia, I have lots of hope in Pokemon. And that's not even to say bad about Pokopia. Like, digital maybe, since I don't do game key cards. I would probably consider buying it digital, but my only issue is I can't justify spending $70 right now. And even if I did, there are other things I would rather get with that kind of money than Pokopia. So, sorry if you wanted to watch me play Pokopia day one. It's not happening. And if you're looking forward to one of my gameplay movies or something, that's not happening either. Well, that might still happen if I ever get the game. But I don't know. I just personally can't justify getting that right now. especially if we're gonna get an actual game. Okay, not to say that's not an actual game, but like a main series game later this year. Like if Generation 10 is supposed to come out this year or whatever, then yeah, I'd rather save the money anyways and just buy Gen 10. And honestly, in the case of Generation 10, I am so tempted to start saving money to get a second Switch 2 and also get both games on launch. That is going to be my most expensive Pokemon thing ever if I do that. But I am tempted. If I can somehow get the money pulled together to afford that and not regret it later, because, you know, I need to comfortably be able to spend that. Not like, oh, I saved up enough money to get all this, which is like, what, $640? Because it's two $70 games, unless they're 80, which is $20 more total. But, you know, you got two Switch 2 games, plus a whole Switch 2 system. Although, if they make a special edition, I might get it. My only fear is they'll bundle in one of them digitally, and I really don't want to do that. I like physical games better. Expired Lettuce, hello. I really like that name. That reminds me, because there was this one time where my online name was Expired Water. So, that reminds me of that. I beat the Tapu Koko. I mean, I might get Pokopia. I don't know, it's just hard to justify that when there's bigger content plans than Pokopia. Because, like, I would love to do like I did my ZA movie, but with Generation 10, if that's coming out this year. But on a larger scale. But, of course, if I'm going to do that, Pokopia is out of the picture. You're currently hunting Terrakion in the ZA DLC. Good luck on that. I love Terrakion, however you want to pronounce that. You know, there's like 20 ways to say every Pokemon's name, it feels like. That's one of my favorite trios. In fact, I have a Verizon, because yes, that's how you say it. It is pronounced like Verizon. Verizon, I have that sitting cuties. I'm pointing at it, even though I don't have a camera, first of all. And second of all, I can't even see it. It's blocked by my Bulbasaur plush. But yeah, I love that trio. Or quartet if you want to count Keldeo. And I love their shinies. They are so fun to hunt. Keep a record, of course. I think my only issue is if I want to do this crazy Gen 10 plan, first of all, I need to know if it's coming out this year. I think it is, because that makes the most sense logically, but I don't know if that's the plan with that. So, you know, first of all, I need to figure out if it's coming out this year. But then also, you know, if I want to do the whole 2 Switch 2s, both copies of the game, day one, like, that's a lot of money. I'm going to have to figure out how to get my hands on enough money to do that. But if I do, that's going to be so fun. plan to get every huntable legend in the DLC, which is Virizion, Kabalion, Terrakion, and the Lottie Twins. Ah. See, I never really pay attention to what all was huntable in that DLC. I saw at least the Swords of Justice trio, I guess, if you want to call them. I think that's what they're called. I feel like they have like 20 names as well for like what that trio is called. I don't know. I just knew that trio was huntable. I haven't done it because I already hunted 2 of them so far in these games. Or at least I did in the past. I think I still need to hunt them again, because I don't think I have them anymore. But I'm still probably going to do this game just because, I don't know, I like how they work in this game. Though my biggest flaw, or I guess its biggest flaw, not my biggest flaw, my biggest issue with it is the fact that their battle theme doesn't actually play. Like, that was my favorite part about battling them in black and white, and it's just gone. That makes me so mad. I actually have this one right here. Meloetta. Okay, I say this. There's no camera. You have to pretend. I'm holding my Meloetta Sitting Cuties plush. Meloetta is like literally one of my favorite Pokemon. It's my favorite mythical, which I think technically means it. I can say it's my favorite legendary because I'm pretty sure mythicals are a subset of the legendaries. I don't know. If you believe in that, then yes, it's my favorite legendary. If not, then still my favorite mythical. I love Meloetta. I love music so much. So, Meloetta, and also it being from Unova, which is my favorite region. Like, you know, it just has so much going for it that I love. That's why it's my favorite. That's why I like it so much. I'm looking forward to being able to, like, actually hunt it. And, like, one of the things I want to do at some point is set up a Gen 5 game with shiny lock removal or something. Just for the purposes of actually hunting it. Because, see, that's kind of like my belief. Like, I don't like hacking in Pokemon, but I'm okay with using cheat methods to be able to hunt Pokemon. Like, I'm not going to hack in a Meloetta, but, like, if I use shiny lock removal and still hunt it legit without boosting odds or anything, that I'm fine with, because, like, sure, it's not legit, this can never leave the game, but I was never going to take it out of the game. I like leaving my shinies in the games that they came from, just so whenever I boot them up, it's like, oh, yeah. But you know, with these legends, you're going to start your Arceus hunting again. Oh, I said Arceus there. That tells you which way I lean, but again, that's one of those Pokemon. I try my best whenever I say it to do the following: Arceus, Arceus, Arceus. That way no one gets mad. I said it like every way I know how to say it. So, inclusivity or something. I hate that. That's not my fault though. They, like, I think actually officially changed the pronunciation between it coming out and now. So that's not my fault no one knows how to actually say the thing's name. Maybe don't change the pronunciation of things. That's like if English, we just decided, like, I don't know, random word. Let's say the word forward, because that's the first word I see when I look at that message for some reason. Let's say we just decide you're gonna... Actually, no, that's a bad example. Let's say looking. We just decide one day instead of looking, it's luking. You now have to say luking, or else you're wrong. You know, don't be surprised when people keep going around saying looking. So that, you know, that's why I hate dealing with that Pokemon. Arceus is the best way to avoid it. You don't have to go either way. I need to do that hunt. I'm definitely not looking forward to it, but I don't know. I've never done it. See, my issue, I need to play BDSP actually, and from what I've heard, they actually patched it on the Switch too with Well, they didn't patch it. I think the Switch 2 update fixed it. Because there was like compatibility issues. Even though I'm pretty sure I saw people play it just fine. So I don't know what exactly the issues were. I'm not educated. But if it plays on Switch 2, that's great. Because Switch 2 still loads faster. I want to get Brilliant Diamond. If I can find like a cheap used copy online, I might pick it up. Hold on, let me look. Let me see real quick. Okay, used alone in case I can get for like 35. And then loose obviously scales way lower. Not really actually, it's about the same. Some are even more for some reason. Huh. See, honestly, at that point I might as well just buy a complete copy. You have a shiny Giratina that only took about 1200 resets? Nice. I love Giratina. It used to be my favorite legendary. Until I shiny hunted it. So, when I first played Platinum, I had the one goal. I was getting a shiny Giratina, no matter what it took. What it took was a whole month of soft resetting. But I got it eventually. Took like 57,000, I think. Give or take. That's just a rough estimate, by the way. That's not like I counted. That's more, I counted how much time I put into the hunt throughout that month. And then just multiplied that by how long it takes to get a reset. So I'm like, you know, if it's like 20 seconds a reset, I don't know if that's actually how long it is. But let's say 20 seconds a reset, and every minute is 3 resets then. That's how I did the math. So that might not be officially correct, but mathematically that's about what I did. That's why I say about, usually, because, can't confirm that it did take that long, but mathematically speaking, I should have been close. This is the sad part, I actually don't know where that Giratina is. I've lost it. So, I remember I was going to reset my Pokemon Platinum save, so I transferred it up. And I believe I put it into either one of my Sun and Moon games or Pokemon Y. Yeah, anyways, the 3DS that it was on, like, I still have it, but it is in rough shape. And also I lost the SD card, so it has no digital titles on there. So if it was kept in Pokemon Bank, I have no way of accessing that right now. But it's fine. Yeah, at some point I want to do BDSP, because I actually was just talking about this. I don't know if that was before you showed up or not. I was talking about like Pokemon games. I mentioned that I actually don't hate BDSP. In fact, I want to go back to them. Not like right away, but at some point. And there's hunts I want to do in it. Most specific hunt I can say is Simulator of the Briefcase variety. But if resets are faster on Switch 2, that should be less of an issue. Because Switch 2 just loads Switch 1 games so much faster. That has been an issue throughout this entire Dynamax Adventures thing I've been doing. Because the game on the right is my Switch OLED that I had before I upgraded. And you can tell, like, right here. That was like 20 extra seconds of having a black screen. And this was a game that came out on the Switch 1. That's crazy. Like, I get it. The Switch 2 can just go faster. But I feel like if this game was truly optimized, wouldn't it run at the same speed on both? Because the Switch 2 is not running a different game. It is the exact same game. It just runs faster. I think that's interesting. But yeah, anyways, I want to do some hunts in BDSP. I don't know how much I would do, but I definitely want to hunt Palkia or Dialga if I end up getting Brilliant Diamond, or both. Giratina is on my list of hunts to do, although that's not really priority. I don't know, I kind of do hunts as I want, less of, you know, I need this specific Pokemon, so I'm gonna hunt it. Like, no, if I really like a Pokemon, there's cool ways to hunt it in multiple games. I'll hunt it more than once. In fact, that's actually a plan I have. So right now I have Charm. I'm planning on going full odds soon, just because I like full odds more. I just wanted to get Dynamax Adventures out of the way while I had Charm, because I don't like doing them without it. It's just pain. Yeah, I'm gonna hunt, like, even though I'm doing, like, all the Tapus and stuff, I'm still gonna use Shiny Lock removal in Gen 7 to hunt the Tapus in those games anyways. I'm hoping it's Galar. I think, even though Galar is recent, I mean, think about it. These games turned 7 years old this year. Which, you know, in like human years, that's not much. But video game years, 7 years, that's a lot. Like, it really doesn't feel like they've been out that long, but they have. So, I feel like a Galar game isn't too crazy, because, okay, let's assume they keep whatever the Legends pattern is now, because first one, based on Sinnoh mythical god dude, I'm Arceus. There, get around having to say his name. Arceus. You know, that one came out in 22. ZA came out 25. Obviously, Legends games are also on a 3-year cycle, or at least based on this pattern. There's actually a theory I saw from another Pokemon YouTuber I watch, Absolblogs Pokemon. Don't know if you've heard of him. He's not a small creator by any means, so I say that like he's niche. I don't know what you know about the Pokemon community, but he's a creator I watch, and in one of his Dynamax adventure videos, he actually has like this whole theory he goes into that I think might actually be the plot of a Galar Legends, because he talks about how, you know, Calyrex is the enemy of Eternatus. You know, they're against each other. And I think something about Eternatus was going to attack the forest where Calyrex lived. And Calyrex wanted to protect all the Pokemon that are there. So he moved the forest, or it moved the forest, to protect it from the attacks. Something like this. I haven't seen the video in a minute, so I'm trying my best to summarize what I remember. Now, in the area specifically, it's the area where the max lair is. There's not a forest there because it got moved. And where might that forest have gone? Boot up a new copy of Sword and Shield. Within the first hour of the game, you go to that forest. It's the whatever, where you meet the legendaries and stuff, where they live. So that's like his theory, that like that's why that forest is there. It came from the Crown Tundra and got moved by Calyrex to protect the Pokemon. And, you know, there's this whole thing, and I think that somehow ends up tying into Dynamax Adventures as well at some point. I don't remember. I'd have to watch the video again to give you like a clear summary. But all that to say, I feel like that would be a great plot. Like, if that is actually what we are supposed to have inferred from all the lore in this game, that would make a great Legends game. And also, as far as leaks go, I'm not going to say anything that like leaks like official titles or anything. But as far as code names, we've seen a few. One of them is Project Ringo. Now, fortunately, me being the big music nerd I am, I've put this one together, and obviously other people have as well, because I'm not alone in that. Project Ringo. If you know enough about Sword and Shield, you'll know that our friend Rillaboom is based on Ringo Starr, drummer of the Beatles. Now, not exactly, more so a drummer in general, but it's very clear that Ringo was the inspiration. So Project Ringo is probably something related to Sword and Shield. Or a Beatles crossover. Although I don't think they're doing that, so we're going to keep saying Sword and Shield. What might they be doing with Sword and Shield? They're not getting, like, Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. They're not getting Black 2, White 2. You know, they're not getting that treatment. They're too old. What are they doing with it? Legends game. I think it's going to be a Galar Legends game. That's what I'm hoping for. I really hope that's what Project Ringo is supposed to be. Because that would be so cool. And it works too because ZA came out 2025. And I need to look this up because I'm going to forget. Yeah, X and Y came out 2013. So ZA came out 12 years after X and Y. So if we wait 3 years, we're more at 12 years since Sun and Moon, give or take. Because if we wait 3 years, that's 28. Technically 2 years from... You get the point. 2028 should be around the time we get the next Legends game. Which at that point is 9 years since Sword and Shield came out. So, they're definitely not recent by any means. Pokemon Gun. We're finally getting it. Swordward, Shieldbert, and Gunther. Yeah, I think that'd be interesting. Another game, I'm biased. I love Unova. And also I'm salty that they skipped from Sinnoh stuff to Kalos. And the most Unova got recently was... You visit Unova in the DLC of Scarlet and Violet. It's not actual Unova. This is just some place that happens to be located in Unova. But it's Unova. This is what you guys want. So you know. I'm pretty mad about that. But I really want a Unova Legends game because there's so much interesting I could see from that. Because first of all, the whole story of the original dragon, you know, I want to see that. I want the story of that. Because Unova is very driven by its past and the lore behind it, which would be great for another Legends game. And I think another interesting thing, so Drayden, the dragon-type gym leader in Black and White, he's around 70 years old. And I'm pretty sure one of his dialogue things says that when he was young, Pokeballs hadn't even been invented. This man is in his 70s. When he was a kid, Pokeballs weren't a thing. Well, if the other Legend game set in the past tells us anything, they were invented well over 100 years ago. So then how is he older than Pokeballs if they existed first? So that gives me two ideas. One, they're going to have to retcon that and be like, oh, no, okay, we messed up. That's not going to work out. Or perhaps Unova is just behind. You know, their technology isn't as advanced as other regions yet. So they naturally were a few years behind on inventing the Pokeball and probably had to reverse engineer one that got brought over from Sinnoh, or I guess Hisui. I don't know if it's considered Sinnoh at this point in time. you know, it'd be interesting. But I think Drayden has to be in the Unova Legends game if we get one. Because he's also very important to the lore. Anyways, I'm going to check for shinies. Because I'm getting distracted. No shinies. That would have been funny. They actually did ever make a third version of Gen 8. I think it would be Pokemon Bow or Arrow. Yeah, I could see that. Or like Spear, something, you know. I feel like it just needs to be something more in line. Because as funny as Gun is, it doesn't fit. It just doesn't fit. First of all, because Pokemon games are not mature enough to have guns in it, I don't think. At least I don't think there's ever been like an actual gun in a Pokemon game. There was in the anime. But I'm pretty sure that also got banned because there was a gun in it, so. Well, I think having a gun is fine, but as soon as you point it at someone, that's when it's the issue. What you got for me? Zapdos? No thanks. But yeah, I feel like with the theming of Sword and Shield, it definitely makes more sense to have had something else. Although I think they've clearly lost interest in the third version because Black and White, instead of Pokemon Gray, which is what people speculate, or I guess the fan term for what that would have been, I don't know if that was ever going to be a thing. You know, instead of that, we got Black 2, White 2. Okay. X and Y. Apparently, Pokemon Z was going to be a thing. I saw like a video that said something about like it was going to be a thing. I didn't watch it, so I don't know if that was real. But I mean, we did kind of get Pokemon Z finally. Took them 12 years, but we got Pokemon Z. We needed ZA or Pokemon Z. I'm tripping. Oh my gosh. I swear I just saw something move behind my monitors. That was freaky. Anyways, you know, there's stuff behind my monitors. I probably just saw one of those things when I was moving around. Anyways, you know, we did kind of get Pokemon Z, which I'm glad because it helped explain some more lore. Sun and Moon, we got Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, which were interesting. I feel like we didn't need those, but like I'm okay with them because I also like Gen 7. It's my second favorite. So like I'm okay with that. Not saying I agree with it, but I'm okay with it. I think all that did was hurt Sun and Moon because, or I guess it just hurt the entire generation because, you know, imagine you bought Sun and Moon and, you know, these are pretty good games. Then the next year they put out games that are pretty similar but with 100 more Pokemon and like a bunch of other different things. It's like, well, now it just feels like they gave us an unfinished version to hold us over. Even though I feel like they are two very separate experiences. I feel like original Sun and Moon had the better story and the Ultras are just better games. Because, like, the Ultras were also just kind of like a revision. Even though they could have easily done updates, I'm sure. Felt very much like a revision to some things. Because, like, SOS method. First of all, the odds were not as good as they were in the Ultra games when Sun and Moon came out. You know, the originals had worse odds. But also there was the whole, if your chain goes to whatever, then it actually resets as if you started over from a chain of 0. I don't know if that was like an overflow glitch where, you know, oh, it went too far over the max, so it just got reset to the minimum. Or if they did that because they didn't expect people to actually do that much. But of course, within a year, you figure out that's not going to work. So they fixed that and made the odds better.
Although I did not know about the odds until more recently. I thought the odds would be the same across all Gen 7 SOS methods, but no. Yeah, and then Sword and Shield didn't get anything. I mean, got DLC actually. That's right. I forgot. I was gonna be like, they didn't get anything. They didn't do anything for these. But no, that's where we started getting DLC. And then Scarlet and Violet did the same thing. They did DLC. And I don't know how I feel on the DLC. On one hand, I do feel like I don't know, the enhanced or best version for the third version, like, as much as I like those, I feel like DLC makes more sense, because when we're talking the enhanced versions or the third versions, you know, those usually aren't too different. Like, they change a bit of the story, but for the most part, you're getting yourself the exact same experience with more Pokemon. So then it's like, do you wait who knows how long after the originals just in hopes that they make the third version and you can experience that? Or do you buy the base versions and then have to buy the third version again because it's new stuff and it's a better experience, you know? But with DLC, you don't have to worry about that. You pick which version you want when the games come out, and then they put out DLC, which is actually new story stuff and not just, it's pretty much the same game, just with more features and stuff. So, you know, you get the DLCs. They kind of serve as your third version, except actually new story. And it's easier to justify that, because I would much rather pay half the price of a full game for the DLC, get brand new story and everything, not have to actually buy a whole new game and experience most of the same story. Much rather do that over buying pretty much the same game with barely changed story just because it's the best version. Now, I might be alone on that opinion. People might like it the other way. I'm not saying you're wrong if you do. Just personally. I'm 100% going over how long I wanted to go tonight, but I don't care. Well, I think Legends Galar would be called. Well, we can cover the obvious part of the title. It's gonna be called Pokemon Legends. We can confirm the first two words in the title. What do I think it would be called? Well, it depends on how they're gonna do it. Because personally, like, if they were actually going to keep with the theme of naming it after a specific Pokemon, then ZA would have been Legends Zygarde, and then Galar probably like Legends Eternatus, Legends Calyrex, depending on what the story's about. You know, Legends something. But with ZA, that kind of throws us off. And also, I think ZA is a dumb name. Because, like, not saying it's a bad name, it's just kind of dumb. Because it's like, oh, because you go from, like, Z to A? Just call it Legend Z. I don't know. The A feels too much. Not saying I could name the game better, you know. Just saying I don't like the name. It's weird. But again, that's my opinion. You're not wrong to disagree with me. Yeah, that's interesting for Galar. And something they might do is, I really hope they do this, alternate, maybe not perfect alternation, but alternate between doing past and future games.
Because, you know, some games have interesting ideas for past concepts. Some games have better ideas for future concepts. Okay. So, if we do this, we'll say the past concept games, like Arceus, as we'll call it, those get named after specific Pokemon because it's legends based on that Pokemon. But if it's based in the future, like ZA was, sure, call it something different. Legends Dark. I could see that. I mean, it's cool, but I don't know. I feel like Legends Darkest Day wouldn't be a game they would put out. I don't know. Because I feel like, okay, first of all, like, not criticizing it, not saying you're stupid, you're wrong, that's a bad name. I just want to, like, look into that a bit. So, first of all, calling it Darkest Day. Having the word dark, I think, anywhere in the title heavily starts to imply that this is going to be, like, a more edgier Pokemon game. Not saying Pokemon hasn't gotten mature. Black and White had pretty mature stories for an E-rated game. The Legend series, one of them is an E10 game. How did we push past E? I don't know. One of them talks about you dying. How is that E-rated? I don't know. So, like, I'm not saying Pokemon isn't gonna do that. Like, they're definitely not afraid to push into more mature territory. But I feel like, you know, that might not help it sell. Because, like, keep in mind if parents are buying this for their kid. Like, I want a Pokemon game for my little kid who likes Pokemon. You know, feel like that's not going to be their first choice, even if it's the newest. Just because, you know, that might have negative connotations with it. And also, I feel like Darkest Day, this is my second thing with it. Again, not saying it's a bad name or that you're stupid and wrong for suggesting that. I think the other thing with it that I would say is that it leans a bit heavy on Sword and Shield's story. And I get it, you know, you're supposed to kind of already have played Sword and Shield and know their story. That's, like, the whole point of the Legends games. But also, you have to keep in mind that every Pokemon game is designed as an entry point. Regardless of where you start, you should be able to enjoy it as if it's meant to be the first. Darkest Day playing into the title, like, directly playing into the title, or the title of it directly playing into the story of the games it's based on, feel like that might hurt its reputation as being beginner friendly, because I feel like that implies too much that you need to know. You have to talk more, if not, yeah, because, like, plot of Sword and Shield, isn't it? Darkest Day has already happened once. We want to stop it from happening again, but then it's stupid. This is my biggest critique of the Sword and Shield story, and I get it. It's supposed to be that Rose is just an idiot, but I still think it's stupid. Yeah, the Darkest Day isn't gonna happen for like 1,000 years, but I'm gonna force it to happen now so I can be a hero for stopping it. Buddy, 1,000 years? Nobody alive right now will be alive when that happens. Why does it matter? Other than the fame, why does it matter? You don't have to be the hero. No one is at risk. We're all going to die before that day comes. I just think that's, like, the stupidest part of the game. Or something else I think could be interesting. What if the Darkest Day is the intro? Like, before you're even aware of what kind of game you're going to be playing, you have to watch the beginning be the Darkest Day. And then
that's how everything happens. The Darkest Day is kind of like how things got to how they are. And of course, I think it'd be interesting if you just already live in this area and time period. It's not like Arcus where you fall out of the sky one day and you're from the future. Like, I think it could be cool to like just be someone who already lives there and just naturally start after the events of the Darkest Day. Feel like that could do some cool things with the story if they did that. And honestly, I forget which Zelda game it is. It's Majora's Mask, I think, is the one. I don't know. I haven't played them all yet. So, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't know if you know Zelda enough to know which one I'm supposed to be naming this as. But there's one that's like really dark in theme or whatever. You know, and it's like, still, this is a game for kids. Kids played this. And it's like, that story is dark, apparently. So it's like, how do you get a game like this rated for kids? And now, to be fair, those games came out in a different time. So, age rating on games might have been less strict than it is today. I don't know. Because, like, that's the thing with movies. Like, some older movies that are rated PG would not pass today. They are PG-13 at least. So, you know, just the kind of media that people are meant to consume and stuff, what's considered acceptable for children, you know, that can change. But you get the point here. If Zelda can get dark and still be a kid's game, not saying that being E-rated means it's for kids. That just means it passed as something that kids are, you know, it wouldn't damage them mentally to play. You know. Anyways, I think if we can get Zelda games like that, Pokemon can definitely go there too. And clearly we're okay with going into E10 territory because that's what ZA was. E10 rated game. And I'm sure they've probably pushed there in the past. I don't know. If you want to be technical, Pokemon are in Smash, Melee, and Brawl. Those are rated teen. So boom, Pokemon's been in a T-rated game. Detective Pikachu, voiced by Ryan Reynolds in the movie. He does Deadpool. Boom, connection to a... Okay, I think the point is clear. You can easily connect Pokemon anyways to less kid-friendly things. But, you know, those also have their reasons for why they would be less kid-friendly. And if you do things right, you can still make a kid-friendly game with a really deep story. And I'm hoping they start doing that, especially if they're comfortable going to E10. Which, I'm going to be honest, I feel like all Pokemon games should be E10. Not because I don't think kids should be playing it, but it makes sense if you think about, like... And yes, I do think this is technically only in the anime world, but, like, you have to be 10 to get your first Pokemon. So why is it not rated E10 plus? You have to be 10 or older to start playing Pokemon. It just makes sense. Now, I know that's stupid and that's just gatekeeping. If the game is rated E, let the kids play it. Especially because the games don't even follow that. They're like 2-year-olds with Pokemon, I think. Alright. This is going to be my last one. I should have said that sooner, but this is my last one. And no shiny. Okay. I've been going for 5 hours. Not saying I can't go longer because I am this funny thing called nocturnal. So even though this is like late at night,
rest of my area is just going to sleep. I just woke up. This is like the first thing I've done tonight. It's weird. Yeah, I'm just gonna end this here because I've gone about as long as I want to. My main goal was reaching 70, and I got to push to 80. I'm okay with that. Want to thank everyone who was here for watching. Whether or not you are still here, still a thank you. If you're watching this as a VOD, because I know people do, thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow, same time, obviously same place. I'm not hijacking another channel yet. Yeah, I'm wrapping up for now. I'll be back tomorrow doing more Tapu Koko. It's gonna be fun. Until then.